Attention students, class will begin shortly. For right now, we will let people know that we are about to begin, and afterwards we will begin. Going to do some microphone check here. Give me a moment. Testing the microphone, testing the microphone. Okay. Because it wasn't. The levels didn't seem to match up. But now that I can clearly hear myself, so that's good. Testing. Testing. Okay. Hello, students. We're back. When we left, I specifically said that there were 2 episodes, 2 games that I streamed, where I realized that I did not want to work under a certain person that I was working volunteer with. I said that New Pokemon Snap was one of those games that made me realize that when I was playing that. The other game was that I remember having a moment of, no, this isn't quite right. It didn't happen directly during, but it happened right after I got out of TikTok Clock for one of the episodes. Just me remembering from that year, finishing up TikTok Clock and being just kind of unloading my grievances. So Super Mario 64, my Let's Play, that's one of the things that I remember. But that doesn't have anything to do with the title card, because that was made during the second episode. Now, what am I basing the title card on? That's what all this is about. What am I basing the title card on? What was going on during the time, and everything too. But mostly, what do I base the title card on? Well, there was a game called Pilot Wing 64. And in the game they had Mount Rushmore. We have not streamed this game, but I will give away one of the Easter eggs. From what I understand, either it begins with Mario on the side of Mount Rushmore, or you have to shoot the side of Mount Rushmore and then the Mario appears. Either way, after Mario is there, if you shoot the Mario statue face of Mario, it becomes Wario. So, remembering that, I knew there was 4 characters, there are 4 presidents in Mount Rushmore, so I went with Mario, Luigi, Wario, and Yoshi as Mount Rushmore heads on the mountain. Moving on, we go to one of my favorite Kingdom Hearts characters, Demyx, on their intro game Kingdom Hearts 2. We're playing through all the Kingdom Hearts games. 358 over 2 had finished. It's time to move on to Kingdom Hearts 2. And naturally, I tried my best to draw Demyx. Sometimes they're self-explanatory, sometimes there is more detail to it. Now, I wanted to play another game with asteroids. And I wanted another game that I could play for all the holidays. So, I ended up deciding we would play. We already enjoyed Animal Crossing New Horizons, so it was time to play the board game Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. Now, naturally, there is one of the main characters for Animal Crossing that everyone thinks of, especially if you were to say, oh, they're the one who collects the money. You'd think of and yes, I know by this point you have already answered, but for those who don't know, the character of Tom Nook. Let's see if this will still. Okay, good. The character Tom Nook being our main character of who would be on an Animal Crossing board game collecting money. But who else do we think of? When it comes to collecting money in video games, being super wealthy, and you're playing in you're basically just playing in their world, we think of Monopoly Man. So I combined Tom Nook and the Monopoly Man for this picture. Even gave him the cane, but put a leaf on there because as you can see from Tom Nook's apron, they have leaves as their icon of choice. Also, leaves turn into furniture. So and I specifically tried to structure it the most like this is a board game that you're opening, like the board game box. Next up, there was another Animal Crossing thing. I unfortunately was too late to the party to play my first experiences with New Horizons, but New Horizons did have a DLC in the way of taking basically a 3DS game and throwing it onto Animal Crossing New Horizons, which I didn't mind. It was a good DLC package. Animal Crossing Happy Home Paradise. Now, if you're looking for the inspiration behind this, we have me and Wendell, me on a ladder, getting ready to help out with some home improvement. In fact, that was where I got the idea for the title card, was the home improvement box art. Tim Allen with his assistant Al Borland. Villager me with a assistant of Wendell. The more screw up one, but knows his stuff, but gets overly excited. And the one who's very professional is a big guy and level-headed and doesn't screw up hardly at all. So, moving on. Also, the clothing that I'm wearing is based on the Happy Home Designer outfit. From the 3DS, when they first were doing Happy Home Designer before they moved on to Happy Home Paradise as a DLC for New Horizons. Wendell is wearing the more modern looking outfit because they are a new character. To Happy Home Paradise. Once again, these are somewhat out of order, but you know what, I could actually fix that really quick. Okay. During this time, I was spending time when I wasn't streaming doing Fortnite Battle Pass. And one of the things that I unlocked, naturally, if you have seen the outfit that I've been wearing since Season 1, I have gummy worms on my shirt. I've been positively talked with about that. That has been a compliment of I like you. You have gummy worms on your shirt. From multiple ages of people. So I decided to get a fruit wrap jacket in the game. And this is a depiction of the Fortnite version of me. They only had certain characters that would give you the... They have wraps for your weapons, for your ship, vehicles, for your boats, and some of the outfits that you can unlock in the store allow you to wear those wraps as jackets. There's like 6, I think, different characters that you can choose from that allow you to do that. And this is the one that I thought was closest to me. So that's my Fortnite drip, as I've heard it pronounced. And I wore that for multiple Fortnite episodes. The season enders, where you'd fight the big bad of the season, and I did that twice, and I had one that I just floated in water to very, very calming, peaceful music. Moving on. I still had time with, on my Metal Gear Solid side or my Kingdom Hearts side, I don't know. I think it was more Metal Gear Solid side, where I'd play some more Mario games. I'd already played Yoshi's Island. It was time to move on to New Super Mario Brothers. And I decided, well, what else has the word new on it? That was a big advertisement. Also, be sure to, while you're going, since I'm about to show a video, be sure to check out the night gallery segment that I did with Rod Sterling, just a video that I put in the theater. on the last part 1.5 episode that'll be on Twitch, because it won't be on the YouTube because copyright prevents it from being shown in United States or Canada. So I had to trim that out. So let me look for this. Here it is. I'll even give credit to the poster by their watermark is on the side. They don't obviously own New Coke, but they put up the trailer. Sure. So thank you. Let's go to the theater.
I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. I'd like to buy the world a Coke and keep it company. It's the real. I'd like to teach the world what the world wants in perfect harmony. I'd like to buy the world a Coke and keep it company. A dream, a Saturday night, a great new taste. It's the Coke raising new heights. Coke is just how you feel when you know it's for real. It's a kick, it's a hit, it's a Coke. Coke is it. I'd like to teach the world just how you feel in perfect harmony. It's for real. It's a kick, it's a hit, it's a Coke. Coke is it.
All right. So, what other thing has Coke, has new in it? Well, New Coke. So I figured let's go ahead and have the opener with Princess Peach's silhouette, as if it's about to brighten up and she's going to say something about, I'd like to buy the world a DS in perfect harmony. So that's what I did here. That's Peach's silhouette for the new Super Mario Brothers title cards. Princess Peach, Peaches. Princess Toadstool. Now that I got it a little bit more closer to the order, it was then around Christmas time. Give me one moment while I make sure that other me takes their pill, and we'll be right into Christmas time. Alright, so it was around Christmas time, and I decided what game should I play for Christmas? Well, let's start with the classic of A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. I decided to, for this title card, make who else but Ebenezer Scrooge. And use give me a moment. Testing. Give me a moment. I'm gonna. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just an issue with Suva. Testing. Testing. Yeah, I don't know. Either way. Huge picture for whatever reason. Are you kidding me? No, not the background. Genius stream equipment. That has to be the biggest picture ever. Because of course it does. So I made a human version of Scrooge. As if he was reading in a chair behind him, as if he's reading it in a comfortable armchair, such as he would be reading during the first night that Jacob Marley visited Scrooge. I also tried very hard to make sure that for all these 100 classic books, I would, well, you can keep Scrooge up there. I would try my best to have another giant picture. I don't know why, but also stop touching the background because you're not doing that. You're supposed to, shouldn't do that. But I tried to go ahead and get as close to the original printing of the book as possible with the color scheme and everything. So you'll notice that he's got the red book, he's reading it, and he's wearing the Scrooge outfit from Mickey's Christmas Carol. Moving on. Yeah. We went. There was another video game series that I wanted to introduce that I knew the first game took place during Christmas. And that was Batman Arkham Origins. And I made the Black Mask. Stop putting these in the web picture. Makes things so much more difficult, and there's hardly any reason to do that. So I decided to get a picture of Black Mask because the whole thing. Hello, coupled. I'm doing well. How are you? The whole thing was how Black Mask was getting tired of Batman being in Gotham, and he decided, let me get as many assassins, cronies, and other tough characters together to kill Batman because he's ruining business for me. So I decided, let's have all of the Batman. We had already done Batman Telltale series with that character, that particular villain. Let's move on to having another villain be in Arkham Origins title card, Black Mask. And I specifically remembered trying to get those wrong picture. These games to line up with my belief of what the timeline events would have been, or alternative timeline as it could be. Spoiler alert. Joker is in this game, and at the very end, well, this is Batman's first time meeting Joker, and you'd already kind of met if the Telltale series and Arkham series were the same universe, you already met John Doe, Joker, at the end of Batman Telltale series season 1. This would be kind of his rise into crime, and then he would have gone into rehab in one timeline and become John Doe again. You still owed him a favor, possibly, but because of at the end of the next game, it branched. Both of those branches were a different timeline than the Batman Arkham Asylum series. We'll talk more about that when we get to Batman Telltale Season 2. Right now, as I said before, Left 4 Dead 2, just for Halloween, we did the Left 4 Dead 2 missions. Now, Left 4 Dead 2 was a really great game in the fact that not only was it, I don't know, you could say backwards compatible or something, but it had all of the new enhancements and threw in the levels, the characters, everything from Left 4 Dead 1. So we played Left 4 Dead 1 character story for Christmas. Now, because of the fact that when I showed off Night Gallery, which is what I based the looks of our characters off of, me and female asteroids off of, for our Halloween Let's Play, I based it off Night Gallery. Now, the fact is that because of copyright, Night Gallery was unhappy to showcase its intro in my video, so it said, no, you're gonna not, the content will be blocked. So just a heads up, if you don't see what I'm about to show on YouTube, know that it was because of content being blocked, and I needed to remove it, edit it, remove it. Because I'm about to go ahead and show off how I got these particular outfits inspirations. But before I do that, I need to remember what the title of the show was, which, let me do that. Alright, let's show this intro.
Lost somewhere between life and death, time and eternity, there are places which, if entered into, will leave you forever changed. This is one such place. Its every door can lead some, like Frank and Faye here, to that second chance that will turn their lives around. And to others, to that reckoning that will end their sleep forever. Welcome to a little place called the Nightmare Cafe. Touch that remote, and you die. Now that I've got your attention, here's the deal. See those two people? That's Frank, and that's Faye. Strangers when they met. Turns out they've got a lot in common. Both died in the same night. Both ended up in the same body of water. And both took refuge in the same all-night cafe. Me, I run the place. Name's Blackie. Been here from the beginning. Now, I know I said Frank and Faye were dead, but the cafe needed a new cook and waitress, so it gave them a second chance at life. They do their job, they get to stick around and help unsuspecting customers turn their lives around. Of course, anything can happen to those who wander in. Their worst nightmares or their forbidden dreams. Yeah, it all happens here, in this little place we call the Nightmare Cafe.
So, I decided to go ahead and use the idea of the Nightmare Cafe for our outfits for Left 4 Dead 2 as we played through the Left 4 Dead 1 levels. Having Frank's blue pajamas, Faye's pink waitress outfit, and naturally my glasses, asteroids, female side, pigtails, because I felt like Nightmare Cafe, which was let's give good people. It was kind of like Karma Cafe, basically. Let's give the people who are good dreams. And if they are bad, well, they'll eventually get bad dreams. Once again, I put on the scarf of my gummy worms. Asteroids, once again, has their colorful pins on their side of their apron. I even decided to go ahead and do the intro for the Nightmare Cafe at the beginning of each one of the episodes. I also even did, if I remember correctly, the same thing for the Halloween episodes with Night Gallery. Moving on. To Season 2. Season 2. We started off with give me one moment while I find it. Where are you? Sort by name. Sort by name, not date. There we go. Banjo-Kazooie. Now you might wonder about the outfits if you did not grow up in the same PBS era that I did. Well, naturally, Banjo-Kazooie has a lot to do with puzzles. And there was old-fashioned show on PBS. Or CPB, corporate public broadcasting.
Place is made possible by a major... The Puzzle Place is made possible by a major grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Major corporate underwriting is provided by SCE Corp.
Creative energies give us the power to achieve just about anything. At SCE Corp and our subsidiaries, Southern California Edison, Mission Energy, and Mission First Financial, we believe that working together, we can make a world of difference.
I know something that I want to share. I know somewhere. Let me take you there.
Come along with me to find it. It's everywhere. Let's get going. Don't wanna be too late. Got a feeling things will work out great.
Come on, everybody. Jody, let's celebrate.
The puzzle place. We're going to the puzzle place. Sizzle and Nuzzle are a double treat, and the Peace Police are on the beat. The puzzle place. We're going to the puzzle place, and if you're a kid, you've got the key. Let's get going to the puzzle place. The puzzle place. We're going to the puzzle place.
So, I decided to go ahead and make all the outfits for the Banjo-Kazooie characters a mix of the puzzle piece characters, which were different nationalities, all together like a puzzle. So Banjo and Kazooie. Additionally, check out the background because the puzzle will be important later. So much importance that I'm actually going to go ahead and do this really quick. I'm going to make sure that we put it to the side. And I'm going to make sure that we do this in a certain way. If I remember correctly, this is the middle of it, but let me double check on that. Yes. Okay. Rename this. Once again, if it looks like I am showing off a video and it just cuts and I don't show the video, it is purely because of the YouTube copyright policies, or even Twitch copyright policies, who knows. Now, speaking of interesting things to show, I had another chance to do a Mario game because either the Kingdom Hearts or Mario Metal Gear Solid was being a little slow on do something on Monday, do something on Friday. So I played another Mario game. Which was New Super Mario Bros. Wii. As I showed with the original New Super Mario Bros. That was on the DS, I decided to go with New Coke for the inspiration for the new Super Mario Brothers. And this had a very interesting video with it too, with New Coke. Let me make sure it's full screened. And the actor was already wearing something close to this, overalls and a shirt like this. So it made perfect sense to me. Why not? Well, there are 1,000 reasons why not to, but it was too interesting to go ahead and pass up an opportunity to do it. So here is Bill Cosby and the new Coke commercial.
Attention Pepsi drinkers, introducing the new taste of Coca-Cola, the best Coca-Cola ever. That's all I'm going to say. In fact, that's all I have to say. No more words. I'm going to say, attention Pepsi drinkers, introducing the new taste of Coca-Cola, the best Coca-Cola ever. That's all I'm going to say. In fact, that's all I have to say. No more words. This stuff is great. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Phew.
Hashtag we're not sponsored by Coke. And naturally, me showing Bill Cosby drinking anything kind of proves that. So, on the other side, I figured, why not have Mario holding a Wii remote for the new Super Mario Brothers Wii title card, and the overalls and shirt match pretty good, so I didn't really need to worry about that or anything. I just went from one to one. Moving on, a lot of people are saying please do. Let's move on to something a bit more in the light of positivity. I was doing Pokemon Legends Arceus. Because I wanted to get a costume for Legends Arceus at the time, but not continue it because Pokemon was saying you gotta make sure that you're playing within this specific couple of months, or you'll miss out on the outfit. And I said, okay, I guess I'll stream the first episode then. Now for the title card, I had the idea of, wait a second, it's not God, but they're imbued with all of God's powers. Similarly to I got the power. Boom. I got the power. Bruce Almighty. Jim Carrey. What if Jim Carrey was God? What if a coyote, gigantic, strange thing Pokemon was God? So that's what I went with for that title card. Even taking a, well, commercial break. We'll be right back. All right. Even going so far as to take a picture of the region and make it into a ball similar to how Bruce is holding the Earth. Thank you, and welcome back to you two coupled. Now, I will say I was debating on whether or not to say this in the bathroom while I was taking the break. I am a Christian. But I don't always think like a stereotypical Christian. Naturally, I am not thinking like the stereotypical Christian. If I'm making jokes like I did with Bill Cosby, but at the same time, at the very beginning of Arceus, I figured, you know what? There is a huge amount of people that believe Arceus. They don't actually like praise Arceus or anything, but they do believe that they're the Pokemon equivalent of God. So what if I open it up with the beginning of Genesis and compare it to Pokédex entries for Pokemon that were said to have created the Earth? So that's what I did at the very beginning. And if you'd like to go ahead and see those episodes or anything, let me go ahead and be sure to leave a copy link to my YouTube. Give me one moment while I grab that. There we go. Yes, I do, and most people would not. Thank you for the subscription. I am sure that in a moment we'll have whatever I've got. Maybe just a woohoo! Thanks for the subscription. Thank you for the sub. Pop up on the screen. Maybe not. Who knows? But either way, thank you for subscribing to my YouTube. And all of my past VODs, videos, streams are there. I used to be on Twitch. Twitch decided no more uploads past a certain amount of hours. And I was 4 times or 5 times beyond that, so I spent a good weekend just deleting videos from Twitch and said, well, let me upload a bit of information on this. All of the videos, VODs are on my YouTube. They are published on there 1 week after me streaming it. Although recently it's been 2 hours instead of the old 4 hours, which is I combine the first 2 hours and the second 2 hours for a 4-hour VOD and then put it on YouTube. Either way. Moving on to the next title card. Okay. So everyone's lovable, rare, brought to you by rare, lovable squirrel character, Conquer, was next. And Conquer, I didn't know, had a plethora of friends who were giant acorns or nuts. And I figured, well, who do I think of when I think of a giant peanut character? Oh, Mr. Peanut. Let me find a better picture than that. Once again, hashtag not spawn, but not sponsored, but I figured I'd go ahead and show this anyway because of the reasons I mentioned earlier. That one, not that one. This one? Yes. Mr. Peanut, the old classic character from long ago. Who advertised selling peanuts. Peanuts. So yeah, Conker had friends who were acorns, nuts, and stuff like that. Mr. Peanut enjoyed eating peanuts. So, yeah. Moving on, though. I had them just, like, hang out, eat some nuts together. We moved on to Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, where I drew another character for the title card, Terra. Once again, some of these are self-explanatory, some of them aren't. That's why it took so long. Okay, at that point, I was playing Spider-Man Edge of Time. I know I went out of order for that one, but I did just kind of use it as a cap of this was the end of my Marvel Spider-Man series. Speaking of series, I went on to the Humongous Entertainment series at that point, which included Fatty Bear's Birthday Surprise. I thought fat, someone calling someone fat, and I immediately thought of Eric Cartman. Very tone different than what was on the actual game. That would basically be like, thank you. It would basically be the same thing as if Vivzy Pop made an episode of Blue's Clues. Is how different in tone South Park is from Fatty Bear. So I just imagined Fatty Bear saying, "Hey, I'm not fat." Quiet, Fatty Bear. I'm not fat. I'm big bones. But yeah, that was my the birthday surprise episode that I made. And that was the only Fatty Bear game. Then I decided to go into, even beginning with this, I decided to go through the age associated with each game. This was like the very beginning of like preschool, kindergarten, first grade maybe kind of game. So I went over to the next highest grade association, which was Big Thinkers Kindergarten. And I decided to draw one of the characters in their little art studio that they had. Ben and Becky Brightly. So this was Ben Brightly. And they had two games I knew that, so I was just like, well, I'll just draw the other one for the other game when I moved into first grade using their art tool. And these were both very calming kids games. Hardly difficult, but still very educational. And then I decided for Rare Tuesdays, I believe it was, we'd move on to Donkey Kong 64. There was a joke there with the whole Big Thinkers was all these things, and this is kind of the opposite of it. Stressful, a lot of mini games that were not thought of through all the way, difficult, not very calming, and yeah, a lot of people complain you have to go through and get certain bananas of different colors and stuff like that. No, that's not what the issue is. The minigames are the issue. Quite a few of the minigames are so janky, if I'm using that correctly, messed up that they require you to actually cheat in order to get anywhere. Pause it and press A, pause it, press A with a little watermelon shooter game. But I was able to get through almost all of it, except for one minigame at the very end that is so difficult that I had to, the very last minigame of playing Donkey Kong, the original, twice. The first time, I was actually able to beat Donkey Kong, the original game, all the way through. The second time, they messed it up to a difficulty capability that was so bad that I had to get a 100% completed file and put it into an EverDrive cartridge in order to play the final boss. Anyway, own personal public scarring aside, what did I do for the title card in after episode 1, when I was blissfully unaware of the minigames that I would face later? I thought, well, there's 5 characters. We already have Donkey Kong, who's associated with anger. We have one that's associated with happiness and is a kind of a clown. Chunky, I knew, was someone who was terrified of being chosen. Oh, well, based on those 3 characters, I apologize for the picture quality, but it should put the pan across. Inside Out. That was the inspiration for my title card for Donkey Kong 64. All 5 characters represented. Moving on. And I'll even say, this did do a good job because I did feel all 5 emotions at least once during my Let's Play. Of this game. So, there we go. Now, I am sure that this will, I'm not even going to go ahead and show you the video for the next thing, because I am sure that it is copyrighted. Not because of what video game it is. No, I'm sure that if it had to do with the actual game, it would be fine. Buzzy, let's explore the airport. She packed my bags last night. Pre-flight. 0 hour. And I'm gonna be high. As a kite by then. We'll continue with the rest. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, just wait. But I figured I'd go ahead and take the airport idea and the fact that there were 3 games and combine that idea with a certain interesting video that I found out about because of Family Guy. Moving on was my first and I think only FOMO Friday, which was Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. Now you might notice that it is kind of vague on what the background is. I figured, oh, well, diamonds as like stars and sky and maybe like, you know, put some Brilliant Diamond coloring in there. We'll save it for when I actually am at that point of playing Pokemon. And that's where I ended my Let's Play of the first episode of Brilliant Diamond. I wanted to get Shaman for our Let's Play of Brilliant Diamond when that eventually happens. And it happened on a St. Patrick's Day, and I knew that there would probably be a little bit of time after Brilliant Diamond where I could do something else having to do with Pokemon, something also having to do with FOMO, the fear of missing out. And there was a trend having to do with Pokemon at the time. So I decided to do my own Pokemon Smash or Pass video. All the backgrounds things are having to do with the you know what? I feel like that. Yeah, you know what? Amazon, I feel, wouldn't mind me using this picture. I feel the eBay one probably would. They're all Pokemon element pictures. The symbols for the Pokemon elements. You have lightning, psychic, steel, water, fighting, darkness, fire, normal, fairy, and grass. Basically, I was just trying to show off, yes, all of them are going to be in this video up until the day that I publish it, naturally, because I am not psychic. I do not have the ability to show what Pokemon have not come out yet. So all of them up to the video publish date were in that video, and I said smash or pass to what the Pokemon were. I also included a little heart on the O, a little heart on the other O, on the R, and even used the Pokemon colors for this Pokemon Smash or Pass. That was one of two face options that I had at the time, and I asked Asteroids which face should I use for this title card. This is the one that Asteroids said I should use. The other one was me closing my eyes and just looking like super into the idea, and this one is more but also heart thump, heart, oh, love Pokemon. And I will say the heart can thump for a lot of different reasons, being scared, being excited, being happy. This one clearly is a heart's excited for reasons that have to do with Smash or Pass. Anyway, if you have seen my past title YouTube video that I published very recently, you'll know that Mario Kart 8 was something that I personally thought was great. When it actually worked, when I got it to work, it was great. Then I saw Deluxe, same game, hardly any difference except maybe adding in a couple of characters. No, I was not going to buy that. I was not going to buy the same game that I just bought. I don't care how little better it looks. I don't care that the only reason I bought a Wii U at the very beginning was because I thought Splatoon looked cool. If you're going to just throw in the bare minimum of 2 characters, no. There's no reason why I would get that game. But when you have a DLC that has more tracks to it, well, I'll wait for the price to lower. Your Nintendo is not going to lower, but you know, I'll still wait for that. And in the meantime, so I don't feel upset that I'm missing out, the FOMO, I will play the retro games myself and stream those. So the title card that I came up with for Super Mario Kart, thinking retro racing action, old game. But still enjoyable, still within the boundaries of something that you'd visit if, say, for example, you were at a theme park. So long story, I mean, a bit of a story here. There used to be a game, and there still is, but it's not as good because of issues with who was designing it and a bunch of other things, called Retro Arcade, and I took a bunch of old retro games that I could put into these arcade systems, and I made Disneyland inspired posters for those. Games, which included Autopia. So I basically redid the Autopia. I took... This is another example of me taking a previously existing image and just kind of just taking paint and saying, there we go. I don't look back on certain moments of this fondly, but at the same time, it was just... One, I wasn't feeling Super Mario Kart was the best after playing it for an episode. I was, if you'll notice if you look at that VOD, I got pretty upset at the very end of it, and I just decided, no, I'm done. But also, I had already made that artwork. It was more of a private thing of just like, this is my arcade from that has all the games that I would want to play in an arcade, including Super Nintendo games, Game Boy Advance games, and just general arcade games. So that's what I went with. But if I can, I don't know if I have them, but if I can, I would really like to be able to show off yes. Okay. At least one of them. You know what? I'll say this is a freebie. This is something that I had come up with with that arcade concept in mind. Which was, and this one wasn't completely realized, just put this on the desktop. So another retro design was Dumbo the Flying Elephant. Design for the poster at Fantasyland and Disneyland. Which I decided to go ahead and take and have another person riding a pink floating creature. Maybe one day I'll use this for Super Mario Bros. 3, who knows? But at this point, or Super Mario World, at this point, that's another example of how I was going with this. Where I was going with this. yeah. And then I decided to take another day and dedicate it to two other series that I thought had to do with one another, Uncharted and Sly Cooper. Just sorted by name. Sort this by name. Uncharted 1. And for all the Uncharted games, I decided to take those and Rose. Take those title cards and combine them with the Sly Cooper design of what if Nathan Drake was doing this pose. Having the journal in the hand instead of Sly Cooper's cane. Now I'm curious how YouTube is going to handle this next one, so we'll see. But I feel like it's okay to play. Those of you who know what I'm talking about, you already know what I'm going to play. But when the first concept of this game that anyone pretty much had heard of was from this particular trailer.
Me and you and me, no matter how they toss the dice, it had to be the only one for me is you.
Something's gone wrong in the happy-go-lucky world of Nintendo. Introducing Super Smash Brothers, where all your favorite characters go toe-to-toe in one 4-player star-studded slam fest, only on Nintendo 64.
So happy together. So how is the weather? So not only did I combine it with that, but I also combined it with Ba 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 da ba ba. So how is the weather? So happy together. The one human being on this, well, naturally we have the most excitable one, the Scarecrow, in place of Pikachu, the Tin Man in place of Yoshi, the one human in place of Dorothy, and the Cowardly Lion, Donkey Kong. Skipping through that sunflower filled field. Sunflower filled field. Yeah. Moving on, we had another humongous entertainment game series to start, which was one that I remembered very fondly from my own elementary school days, Putt Putt. And for this, Putt Putt joins the parade. I decided to, in the best way that I could, with my artistic skills at the time, have it be as if it was a Smash Brothers unveiling of Putt Putt joins the parade. So we had Putt Putt the car with the little ding of the name and the little subtext that happened with all the Super Smash Brothers. It's interesting that we did Smash Brothers with a little subtext of the Smash Brothers characters when they get announced. Now, I was taking a risk, I know, but I decided for that particular next month, I would play Honey Pop, and eventually I decided to just, you know what, if they can't handle it here on Twitch, then there's no good reason why I shouldn't play it. Because they should allow people to play what they want, when they want to, and that's called entertainment. So I decided to play that honey game. Tigger's Honey Hunt. And that was my favorite April Fool's prank video that I've made. So I have Tigger as the main character from Honey Pop. I have not played that game myself. But I decided to use that as just the ultimate prank of saying I'm going to play Honey Pop, and then right as it's unveiled what game I'm playing, put out Happy April Fools decided to use to rub it in even more of like, if you were watching during the time, I kind of gotcha. I gotcha. By making the title more like how Honey Pops is, and just having Tigger dressed up as Q's Sugar Dust. Having the B, well, I just keep that on. Having the B be also a heart. After finishing the game, I had rated off to someone, and I told them that I was playing that game, Honey Pop, where you get to a certain point and you hear the character bounce up and down and go and make some interesting sounds. Wahoo! So they got pretty interested in what I was playing, and it was a fun April Fool's. Moving on. I had another Mario game in mind, and this in that game was Super Mario Galaxy. You are Mr. Gay. So when I was playing Mario Galaxy, and I decided to go ahead and in fact, I'll just go ahead and do this right now. I had multiple space games in mind, and one of them was Super Mario Galaxy. Mario just flying from one planet to another. I had another game already set up where one of the characters that I had already shown was in space themselves. And that game was Putt Putt Goes to the Moon. So I did my best to have those two on the same planet, which was gray, which I decided to make the moon. And have the one reason why Putt Putt was up there was to find a rocket and repair it and go back to their house, their home. So interconnecting those two games. But that is a circle. Not what you can see yet, but that kind of does look like a circle, right? And if Putt Putt is there and Mario's there, I wonder what other games I'm planning and still planning to play for the other two sides of that circle. We'll find out. Don't worry. But yeah, that was Super Mario Galaxy and Putt Putt Goes to the Moon. I'll finish off this 5 minutes and then we'll find someone to rate off to. there was another putt game, which was including Fatty Bear, which was about cards and where are you? Yes, right here. For whatever reason, I decided to give Fatty Bear the first title, first name in the lineup with saving this. So I saved it as Fatty Bear being when I was growing up, there was this was the stereotypical king card image. And you'll notice how for the Fatty Bear playing card, there is, instead of hearts, spades, and the other symbols, diamonds, and the tree one, there is a teddy bear picture. And he's holding up a sword and everything. Don't worry, even though this was Fatty Bear's last appearance outside of Easter eggs, you'll still see them in title cards. And Putt Putt is on a chess piece, and instead of it being red or black, naturally Putt Putt is purple, so I went with a purple chess piece, checkers piece. Yes. I only feel it's right to go ahead and show this on this episode. So we'll finish off with this one, I think. For today's episode. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Sly Cooper 1. And because it was the way that I played it, I went with this particular version of the Uncharted Drake's Fortune, Uncharted 1, and that's where I got the YouTube title card inspiration. Sly, of course, uses his cane. He doesn't use guns, at least for most of the series. I don't know, maybe in a minigame or something he did. I'm not sure. But instead of a skull, we have Sly Cooper's famous greeting famous calling card of, hey, I just stole your thing, so now it belongs to me, and he only steals from other thieves. So, that's where we will end for today. We will go into a commercial break, and I will find someone to raid off to afterwards. Alright. Thank you everyone for watching. Tomorrow, as of the date of me streaming this, is the 4th of July. Have a happy 4th of July. Have a safe 4th of July. In one of my Animal Crossing videos, I do, in fact, tell you how you can have a happy, safe 4th of July. Make sure you hydrate. Make sure that you know what you're doing with fireworks if you decide to set one off yourself. Make sure that there is water close by. For right now, let's go ahead and raid off. And I shall see you all on Saturday. It is on the schedule. We were previously talking about Batman Telltale Season 1. Let's go ahead and raid off to Tamra, who is currently playing through Season 2 of Batman Telltale series. Thank you for the Have a good 4th. Slots, take care, and much loves. Much love to you too, coupled, and I'll see you all on Saturday. Later! Alright. Third time's the charm. Hello everyone. We're going to be doing title card review shortly for Sketching Saturday. See you soon. Alright, so the first game that we were reviewing reviewing the title card for is Putt Putt Saves the Zoo, where you save animal kids and bring them back to the enclosures or wherever their parents are. Back in the day, way back in the day, whenever a kid would go missing, you'd see their face on a missing poster picture on a milk carton. So I decided to make it more whimsical, more putt-putt friendly, age group audience and everything, and make it more of a commercial. Brought to you, this cereal is part of this balanced breakfast. So we have the missing peacock from one of the mini games. We have Tire O's, which were Putt Putt's favorite cereal. We have a thing of oil, which I believe Putt Putt has said that their favorite drink is gasoline or oil. And then I took a photo of cereal and I edited it so it was it looked more sepia tone. And then back in the day, they would go ahead and have inside this box of cereal, you could get a bowl for your cereal featuring the title of a character or something. So I decided to put the Putt Putt Saves the Zoo right on the bowl of the cereal. Moving on. We had Putt Putt and Pep's Balloonorama, which I quickly discovered was another game. Looking for the right picture. As soon as I tell you the title of the game, you'll understand why. Hello, couple. Doing well. Just had some technical issues at the beginning. So the game's name was Desktop, save, yes. How are you doing? Load, yes, good. Alleyway. So basically, it was the game Alleyway. Found out quickly. Well, I thought, oh, it's interesting that they took Alleyway and made it Putt-Putt. Playing Jurassic Park 2. And you're good mostly. Well, that's good. So in Alleyway, the game box had Mario in a little capsule that you use to hit the ball onto the rectangles and make the rectangles disappear. Putt-Putt and Pep's Balloonorama, basically the same game. So I just decided to do a title card like that. Well, I needed to get up speed because otherwise I wouldn't be able to make it onto the road. But where I was going, roads, they don't use roads. Dun 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 dun. Putt-Putt Travels Through Time was the next game, where I based it on the scene from Back to the Future at the very end where Marty and Doc and Marty's girlfriend, name escapes me, different actress from both the first movie and the second movie, we're going back to the future, going to the future at the end of Back to the Future 1. I would play that clip, but I'm pretty sure similarly to the intro of Night Gallery, it would be a it would be a monetary takedown to the point of not visible within certain countries. So I'm not going to risk that one. As you could tell with Putt-Putt, you could almost see that for Putt-Putt, life is a highway. So I took 3 of the characters from Putt-Putt Enters the Race, and I took the idea from the Cars 3 video game. Where, again, this has been a couple years, but if I remember correctly, for both of these, it's been a couple years. I haven't seen Cars 3 past the first showing of it that I saw, I think. The old speedster who is the top of their game for a while decides to train a new recruit, and you have the villain on the third, the bottom there who the new recruit has to race against. Then we had Putt Putt joins the circus. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, looking to start again? Do you ever feel oh so paper thin? All the pictures are... Give me a moment. Dun 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 Afro dun 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 circus dun 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 circus Afro circus Afro. So I decided to make Pep and Putt Putt dressed up as characters from Madagascar 3. I believe from look of Pep's design, yep. I based Pep's design on the seal from Madagascar 3. Desktop. And I based Putt Putt's on Marty's costume. And during the big number where they do the firework Katy Perry song, there are a ton of rainbow circles all over the place, so I decided to go ahead and include that. Next was Putt Putt and Pep's dog on a stick. Which was lifted right from Kubert, both in design of the title card And also the game that they supplied us with, which is basically just dog on a pogo stick, but we can still do copyright enough that this is Qbert. It's just Qbert. So moving on to Uncharted 2. We have our three main characters. And I based that title card off of Sly 2. Moving on. We'd finished Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3. 4 was next. Otacon was one of the featured characters that had a lot going on during the plot that I had not drawn yet. Otacon found another love interest. They had Sniper Wolf in one, and they found one in Metal Gear Solid 4. One of the characters that we'll see again in another Metal Gear Solid game. Of course, if I was playing Metal Gear Solid at the time, I was trying to match it with a Kingdom Hearts game on the other side of the week. So Kingdom Hearts Recoded, I had Mickey Mouse because Mickey was the one who we start off with Jiminy and Mickey wondering about Jiminy's Shirtle, the missing pages, what happened, and how can we turn this into a DS game. So we had Mickey throughout the journey, not just as a surprise, I'm here now that the main character has been knocked out. Surprise, I'm behind this door. Surprise, I made a cameo. Mickey was throughout the entire thing in this one game, Recoded. Next, having another educational game, I chose Universe Sandbox. Based on lessons from Professor B, Universe Sandbox. Lesson plan, lasers, blowing up, freezing. I noticed that a lot of people really enjoyed Universe Sandbox for getting to blow up the universe, destroying the universe. So I thought, well, if I was to go ahead and say This game was created by anyone, Professor B. Riss. Based on the lessons of destroying the universe. This destruction of the universe. And I even decided to go ahead and match the outfit a little bit, making it a professional suit, turning the collar into a collar for a suit. And even adding a ear piercing onto my ear in the title card. Which also gives evidence into why I said lasers, Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball series, blowing things up, Dragon Ball series, freezing, Frieza, and also you get to freeze the universe in Universe Sandbox, freeze planets and stuff like that, blowing them up, shooting them with lasers. So it all worked. Next, going into Banjo-Tooie, we had two more characters, Humbo Umba and Mumbo. Which I dressed up similarly to the puzzle piece characters once again. Let me make sure I'm doing this correctly again. Okay. Continuing, so we had blown up and frozen and all this stuff in the creation of a universe. So let's explore it with another game, Lego Worlds. which I took their idea of a spaceship that you see in the loading screen, and I put a Lego version of myself in the cockpit. Haha, but yeah, put myself in the pilot seat there. Next up was Sly 2, which I based on the Game of the Year version of Uncharted 2, swapping out the totem pole face for Clockwork. Nathan Drake is holding onto a rope while trying to get up the presumably frozen hillside. So I decided to have in for Sly 2, he'd be using his cane to slide down a rope the way he does in that game. Next, it was time for another anniversary special. By this point, I was only talking about previous acquaintances in of where I was as far as a volunteer in previous conditions that I didn't want to be part of. So during every save point in this game, I give a little bit more details about what happened, because there are so many times of you complete a level, you save, complete a level, do you want to save? You completed a level, do you want to save? You completed a level. So every time I did that, I went ahead and added a little bit more detail about why I was just so tired and done with where I was volunteering. So that if anyone asked why I wasn't showing up in another stream at the time as often, you'd know why. Now going into the title card itself, that's just, if you remember my previous picture for Spider-Man 1, I was upside down, and for all of these I tried to make them like a gold plaque that I got for, hey, you completed another year, here you go. Let's kind of like burn an image onto the gold for you. And every single time, we talked about that spider armor earlier in a previous episode, every time you'd pick up the spider armor for Spider-Man, you'd hear And then Spider-Man would say, "Golden." And every time, he also did the same thing for the hidden comic book issues and the levels. He'd pick them up and he'd say, "Golden." So I decided to put "Golden" onto there. Because literally it was a golden milestone. It was the second year anniversary. Now, something that happened throughout my life, as far as video games go, in the later years of my life, there was the concept of toys to life. Like Amiibo, like when they took a really cool character called Spyro, the dragon, and turned him into this thing. Hold on. This thing. They also had a game called, with Toys to Life, called Disney Infinity. So I decided, wait, Spyro was the first really big Toys to Life one that we think of. It was they were actually before Amiibos. They were before Disney Infinity. So if I was to play the first game of a Disney Infinity thing, well, maybe I'd want to go ahead and have like a Disney character look basically the same way that they took Spyro and made it this thing. I would take a beloved Disney character and make it look like that. So this is what I did with Pluto. For Disney Infinity. You know, they decided to take the muzzle of Spyro and squash it on down. They decided to make him, the eyes bulge out weirdly, and not, you know, spread them far apart and make just a lot of strange choices with the design. I don't know. They could have done very well with this whole thing, in my opinion, if they just left Spyro looking the same way he did before they acquired the Spyro license. But they didn't. They decided to make his, mostly just his neck up, look like, I don't know. Were substances involved? I have no idea. But either way, that's what they did, and that's the title card that I came up with. Now, when you think of baseball movies, you think of one very special one quite often. I am pretty sure I won't get into trouble for showing this trailer, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. those of you who already know what's coming from the picture on the for the YouTube title card that I've come up with, just pretend to act surprised. Anyway,
I know you're smart, and I'm proud of you. I want you to make some friends this summer.
Meet Scotty Smalls.
Kale, get it! The kid is a L7 winning. My life's over.
Man, this is baseball. You gotta stop thinking. You just have fun.
Climb trees, hop fences, get into trouble.
Just stand there and stick your glove out in the air. I'll take care of it.
Now he's in.
Yeah! All right!
With the coolest guys in the neighborhood. They've got the look.
Wendy Peppercorn. Wow. Hey, girls.
They've got the moves. They've got the rap.
Blockhead. Geek. Jerk. Idiot. Moron. You bob for apples in the toilet. And you like it. You play ball like a girl.
I got it!
Oh, no.
But something else has got their ball.
That wasn't my ball.
Dad's father gave it to him. Babe Ruth signed that ball.
We gotta get that ball back.
Got any bright ideas?
Initiate retrieval section number 1. Power connect. Come on, help me. It's heavy. Now. Fire! Fire! We gotta blow! There he is! Mommy, look, a doggy. Ooh, a big doggy.
20th Century Fox presents
Hey guys, it's the Sandlot babies.
You're the ones that making all that racket.
A Lifetime of Adventure.
Come on, Squid, you can do it. Pull through, bud. Little pervert.
The Sandlot. A little piece of paradise, a half a block wide, and a whole season long.
Scotty, have you made any friends yet?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mom.
so I based the title card on the movie The Sandlot because when you think of baseball, a lot of people think of the movie Sandlot. And I already knew that there was a sequel in the works. I know that there's this Mario Baseball 2 that I was eventually going to play. Then I just kind of forgot. But anyway, that's where the idea comes from for this title card. Moving on. There was another DLC pack for Mario Kart coming, so I needed to play the next game in the list, which was Mario Kart 64. Interesting fact about Mario Kart 64, it was originally going to be featuring Kamek. they got the okay to do a different character in the place of Kamek. So they went with... Nope. They went with... a save. Yes, replace. They went with Donkey Kong instead. Every character aside from Kamek got in, but Kamek was left out. So I drew Kamek giving the upset shoulder, arms crossed pose as a reminder of how Kamek was originally going to be in the game. Then they swapped Donkey Kong through production. So that other me does not forget, I'm going to help them to make sure that they don't forget to take their pill, so give me one moment. In fact, I'll show this because it's a pretty interesting find for those who don't know the story already. All right. Moving on. So, speaking of another game that I kind of forgot about, I do have it. Don't worry, I just haven't put it together yet. There was a game for the 3DS that was pretty cool, but as soon as the 3DS eShop closed, they closed this game too, unfortunately, which was Nintendo Badge Arcade. Where you'd use a crane game to knock characters around similarly to a claw game, the arrow would always be onto the left because you'd stop it there, or I don't think it would even come back. I think it would just stay on the left. You'd have to time it just right. There was your host was nope. This character of course it's a huge picture, but whatever. I'll shrink it down for a moment. Badge, who I always called Badge Bunny, tell you about how you need to spend real money on these arcade machines, these claw games. It's one of Nintendo's business practices. You'd get, I think, 2 free ones a day, which I always just use and then didn't ever pay beyond that, really. Maybe $1 extra, but that was it one time. And I recorded multiple episodes of me doing the Badge Arcade, or the whole 4 hours that I liked to stream at the time. But you'll notice how I decided to design it with a rabbit in the middle there. Machine closes, and this was the day the Nintendo 3DS eShop closed. Which was March 27th, 2023. But yeah, that was Nintendo Badge Arcade back then, which honestly will be kind of just a... Did you ever play through Badge Arcade growing up? Because I remember back in those days we did this activity. Be a long story of just... Did you ever play this when you were growing up? Speaking of growing up, it was my birthday soon, and so what I decided to do was to, at the time, and I still do this for most of the birthdays, I have a list of all the themes that I have for my birthdays, and unless I have a title already in mind, which New Pokemon Snap was one of those. Pokemon's Channel was one of those, and maybe this year I've already got a title in mind. There's kind of a random element of let's choose a previous theme that I had for a birthday. One of those themes was Kingdom Hearts. When I went to what was it in your guys' world? Anaheim? I went to Anaheim. Yeah. I went to Anaheim, California, Anaheim. Our equivalent of that. I don't want to dox any VTubers living there, so I'm not going to say what it is in our world, but in your world, it's Anaheim, California. So I picked up a copy of Kingdom Hearts over there one year for my birthday, and so I decided to take all of the previous Kingdom Hearts games that I played up to that point and decided to play them once again, but change the title cards so that all the characters had birthday hats on. So give me one moment. I want to add to something. So that's what I did for my birthday of that year. Now, I had finished Metal Gear Solid 4, and I knew next game in that series was Metal Gear Solid Rising Revengeance, also known as Metal Gear Solid Return of Raiden, but not in the story that I wanted. I wanted what led Raiden from Metal Gear Solid 2 to, at the end, to Metal Gear Solid 4, having a cybernetic body, his entire journey from there. What I got was, let's have Raiden after Metal Gear Solid 4 and give him a random weird adventure of just saying American politics are bad. Let's give him a random dog companion too. I like the dog companion, so I decided to put the dog companion on the Rising Revengeance title card. I also, doing Rare Tuesdays, was up to Banjo-Kazooie, the next game in the series, Grunty's Revenge, which I thought was ironic because I was creating these two at the same time. I remember Revengeance and Rising Revengeance and Grunty's Revenge. Gonna put this up. Yep. So you can notice really quick, locking into place, locking into place. We're making connections all of a sudden. And not just are we making connections, the shapes are actually having to do with one another. The shape of actually, commercial break, we'll be right back. All right. So naturally, knowing me, it can't just, especially me at the time, me now, well, I have other things that will occasionally pop up and make it more difficult to do very elaborate things. But either way, so on the connection between Banjo and Tooie, there is a puzzle piece side, but it is not just a, just similar to Banjo-Kazooie 1. It isn't just a random shape, it is something else. I tried to make it very specific. So, Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge. The whole thing is about Grunty going back in time and separating Banjo from Kazooie as if they never met. And then seeing how Rare did that. So I combined the idea of splitting up Banjo and Kazooie from Banjo-Tooie in the pads, how Kazooie would pop out of the backpack. That's the connection there between Banjo-Tooie and Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge, separating the two. Banjo and Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge and Banjo-Kazooie have a connection. And that is mostly just the timing of said game. And it is because it is an alternate timeline. Also, Banjo-Kazooie was kind of like the start of everything Banjo-Kazooie wise as far as the story. So, naturally, Banjo-Kazooie needs to be in the middle, connected through other things, to other things. So, Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge supposedly takes place between Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. But moving on, not completely yet, going back to the game itself, not just its connections, you might notice that neither of these characters were from the puzzle piece. I thought, what are these two basically supposed to represent? Well, naturally, at the very beginning, we discover that the reason why a lot of this happened was because Grunty said to her to her cauldron, asking about who is the fairest in the land, and Dingpot, the cauldron, responded, it was Tootie. Who else do we know who has that same complex of, oh, if they're fairest, I shall capture them. The Evil Queen from Disney's animated Snow White. So Grunty kidnaps Tooie, and while you're in Grunty's lair, you find her sister. Brentilda, who basically just warns you and tries to help prepare you for your battle with her sister. Who else just appears and warns you, oh, now you have to fight the other witch, and she's much scarier than her sister. Well, naturally, and this one I will say yes, okay, you could use the animated version or any version because they're all pretty good. Just there's a reason why I underlined the idea of animated version of Snow White. But let's not move my desk. I know we're talking about magical characters, but we don't need to do that. Brentilda being similar to Glinda the Good from Wizard of Oz. So that's where I got those two costumes from. They don't have to do much with the puzzle place, but we'll come back to those designs. I just didn't really see those characters in that show being, fitting in too well with that show. Next up, so we had a character called Freddy Fish. Next, we were done with Putt Putt. We already played all the Putt Putt games. So I thought, let's move on to the next character in the suggested age bracket. Freddy Fish. So for this one, I just tried to keep it simple. I was new to Freddy Fish. I didn't know them a whole lot. I just decided, let's just draw Freddy Fish. There we go. We'll come back to Freddy Fish soon. But before that, we were on to another Kingdom Hearts game. And my personal fave, Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, was next. And it was going to bring back a new character from older games. So we thought, hey, they died. They straight up sacrificed themselves, anti-hero style, and died. It stinks because we had learned a lot of cool stuff about them in Birth by Sleep, but no. Kingdom Hearts, for whatever reason, decided that, you know what, we're going to give backstory, but we're not going to let them come back. But to what I Slots, human self, me, thought was a stroke of genius for this character at least, doesn't always make sense with all the other characters, was to bring them back as another character. So, hello everybody, this is Lee. Hi Lee. Now what's kind of funny about this, and I only realized it while I was getting all the title cards together. You remember me talking about how I put the triangles under Raiden's eyes for Metal Gear Solid 2? Yeah, I did that accidentally, but I think it's funny that I did move the triangles from one character that the same voice actor voices to the other, because I was just going to trade like certain like details at that time, and then I kind of forgot about the whole thing. But it is funny that just looking back, I moved Axel's little triangles over to Raiden. But yeah, we were welcomed with Lee being one of our new friends in Metal Gear in Kingdom Hearts HD Dream Drop Distance. And this is one of the games that, well, I was gonna say comparing Raiden with Axel and Lee, when he got redone, I didn't enjoy Metal Gear Solid 2. I did enjoy the Kingdom Hearts series, everything but Chain of Memories. But although Chain of Memories was technically Axel's first game, so yeah, I guess it kind of fits that I enjoyed Raiden and Axel's second appearance games when they got redone more. Metal Gear Solid 4 was where we saw Raiden again. I enjoyed the heck out of that game. Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance was where Birth by Sleep, yeah, it is difficult. I'll just count Dream Drop Distance as the next step, because we did see. Well, also I enjoyed Raiden's previous self, Rykov, Metal Gear Solid 3. So everything past their first appearance of these two, I enjoyed. That'll be it. That's what we say. But yeah, I really enjoy Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. Honestly, it's my favorite Kingdom Hearts game. I like the fact that they took worlds that weren't like when I was playing Kingdom Hearts 1, I was like, "Oh, that's fun. We got Disney characters in 3D. That's cool. I can play it with my PS2." With Dream Drop Distance, I like that they didn't throw in the most commonly thought of Disney movies. They threw in Fantasia. They threw in Hunchback of Notre Dame. They threw in Pinocchio, yes, but they threw in Pinocchio. What happened at Pleasure Island? Who would think that? Who would think to go ahead and throw those kinds of stories into a game? And they weren't just obvious, like, let's put, let's compare it with the game that, let's compare it with the games that came out before, not the ones that came after, because that's too easy. Let's put the story of Aladdin and redo that 3 times. One Chain of Memories and recoded. Instead, they thought, let's go ahead and put in stories that we don't hear all the time. Good for you. Good for you putting in Tron 2 also. Because, honestly, not a lot of people would think, let's put in Tron 2 to a Kingdom Hearts game before that. They would have thought, it was a live action game, movie. You know, we don't even need to think about that. Maybe for like Kingdom Hearts 5 or something, but not right now. So, that's one of the reasons I really enjoyed Dream Drop Distance. Also, I did enjoy Nintendogs growing up, so having those little cute companions worked for me too. Going back to Freddy Fish, this is where I decided to go more into, reference territory with this, and not just throw a fish on a screen. Again, I was new to the whole concept of Freddy Fish. I didn't know what they were about. Freddy Fish 2 and the Haunted Schoolhouse. So for this, I based it on the new Scooby-Doo movies, where they throw in different guest stars, the Globetrotters, Batman and Robin, Rhoda, just a bunch of different characters to another Scooby-Doo story. And I figured, well, let's go ahead and take that concept and put it onto Freddy Fish 2. We have an orange brownish orange character. We'd go ahead and put that for Freddy Fish. We'd take our green character, Luther, and use Luther's for Shaggy, we'd swap the flashlight for a seashell and have the ghost be on the wall where they put the guest star. Next, we had. I'm gonna actually try to find something really quick. All right. So our next Freddy Fish adventure was pretty interesting. But before I show that one, I want to show a clip.
Perfect sandwich? Yes. All right. Sorry, Squidward. Get my dad. But I have something to eat. No. But I have something.
Hold on, let me slow it down.
No. But I have something to eat. No. Can't you say anything else but no? Try asking again. Can I have something to eat? No. Magic conch shell? You mean like this? Alright, magic conch. What do we do now? Nothing. All hail the magic conch!
So, the next Freddy Fish game was Freddy Fish and the missing conch shell. All hail the magic conch! Where Luther's cousin or uncle or whatever relative was trying to find their conch shell throughout the entire episode, and it was stolen. It was the stolen conch shell. So I drew Freddy Fish and Luther like the SpongeBob equivalents, and also the relative like a SpongeBob equivalent. I took the shell from the game, edited the around that section, and that's where I got that title card from. Moving on, we go to the Uncharted. Three. So I'm going to need to get one more thing from my previous. I could probably just get it from here. So during the beginning of Uncharted 3, yeah. Oh, by the way, it's just going to be Nathan Drake and Sully. That's it. Yep. Sure. Hold on. Naturally, eventually, Elena joins. So this is another idea that I had where we just have one for a certain part of it, and then all of a sudden we change it up a little bit and have another character appear. I did these on different days. I didn't remember Uncharted 3 that well. They did kind of fool me into believing, no, it's just going to be Nathan and Drake and Sully, this one. That's it. Which kind of left me a little upset because Sly 3 had Sly, Bentley, and Murray in it, and I was just like, okay, well, I guess we'll just do 2 of these then. Or then Elena joins, and I kind of do this with the whole thing of Sly is the main character, Murray is the muscle, and Bentley is the genius of it. Nathan Drake is the main character. Sully, Murray are both the muscles, and Elena, Fisher, and Bentley are the brains. So, moving on. At this point, I was doing okay with showcasing games on console, but I had a feeling that if I wanted to do more computer games at a certain point, I would need something else. I also was really thinking about something that was pretty cool. There was a new thing by Steam that was coming out, and Steam does really great work. A lot of 90% of the time, their things are fantastic. But well, and not but, and I went ahead and bought a new console they were coming up with, which was the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck had really cool icons on the side, and I kind of just decided to go with kind of remake those. And play Aperture Desk Job as if you actually got a desk, is what the title card is going ahead and saying. I also got a let me make sure I get the name right, because I'm just gonna make sure. Yes, because I got a D brand case for it, the Kill Switch. Which, on the packaging for the Kill Switch, they had a lot of words on it, so I decided to do the same thing. And yes, I did read the whole thing when I got it, and I remade it for the title card. So this is what I came up with. Thank you for reading this, first of all. I don't know how readable it'll be when I'm done editing this in Paint and put it onto a YouTube title card. We use a lot of text on our product packaging. Yes, a lot of text. Most of it is filler, but it's still funny, or at least amusing. Please be sure to check out the tutorial online so you don't hurt yourself or your product. Trust us, it's easier this way. We've made a small mistake in making this. The D brand Kill Switch had a small mistake when I first got it, but my opinion on that is as follows. But we're giving you a free replacement, so I hope that's okay. Thank you again for shopping with us, and we hope to see you again. You might ask if I'm going to repeat this in text in this, and my answer is, thank you for reading this. So, they have a lot of words, and at a certain point, it does repeat. The back of the Kill Switch, the holder for it, was magnetic, so it would kind of mess with the fan inside the Steam Deck. I didn't really apply it at that point, so I wasn't worried about that. I just kind of kept it. I don't really. I mean, even with the Switch 1, even with the Switch, Nintendo Switch, I hardly played with it in docked mode. So I just decided to just keep this off. I think it'll be easier. And the news had already come out about the magnet slowing things down and sending us a free replacement. Good job. I don't. You made sure that people knew, and you said, "We'll fix this." So good job. Moving on to Freddy Fish 4. So this is one of the ones that I was thinking about, like what exactly am I going to use for a picture for this? To demonstrate what my brain was thinking at the time. It's Freddy Fish 4 and the case of the hogfish rustlers of Brainy Gulch. So back when I was in elementary school, we had books. Oh, you wanted more information. Oh, so we actually had books that had characters that would become more popular on PBS later on, including Magic School Bus, or the one that I always thought of was maybe it was just my and other me's elementary schools that did this. We had these long books of let's not use that one actually. Just thinking about this. Yeah, let's use this. So we had these long paperback books. Where is that? Which one is it? I just put it down. Like an Arthur book here. And we'd have it stretched out into a long rectangle for the entire book. So thinking about that, I tried to kind of recreate an old-fashioned book cover like that. I even did a correctly. Was it this? I think this is what I was. Hold on. Yeah, I think this is it. I also did. No, I could be thinking of a John Wayne. It was a while back, and I was just looking for a cowboy inspiration. But maybe it was this, I'm not sure. Good, the bad, and the ugly. Because there are three cowboys on the front, and we have three cowfish on the over here. So maybe that's what I was thinking. I'm not sure, but the point is that I was trying to make an old-fashioned book like this kind of design. Also, it was creeping up onto Halloween time again, and so I decided to read this year Frankenstein. Last year I read Christmas Carol for Christmas. Let's read Frankenstein. I didn't know which one came first, but I wanted to read either Frankenstein or Dracula that year. I found out that Frankenstein was actually first, so I went with that. And I tried to do my best at that point to take the words verbatim of the descriptors and everything for how to make these characters look. Now, what Frankenstein the book says is that he's yellow. I didn't know about that before. It was yellow. He has tiny little lips. He has that flat top, which they got from the movies and everything correctly. I don't exactly know which one of these it is that's the original, but I'll just use this picture, I guess. Nope. Save. Nope. Another web picture. I found out that the color of the Frankenstein book was like this, so I decided to just take the background color and use that for the book. And most people think of Frankenstein as holding out his arms. Palms up, fingers down. So I decided to use that idea and have him just like holding a book. Not exactly looking at the book, but like looking forward. Which honestly, you find out from the book that I apologize. I'm realizing that the mistake that I made. Frankenstein's monster. Not Frankenstein. Frankenstein is a scientist. Frankenstein's monster is the monster. monster. Let's use these parentheses on monster. Also, it makes me realize that I haven't done this yet today. For those of you who didn't know, I do, in fact, have a YouTube channel. This is where all of these are. All of these games are located. I do some uploads exclusively to there, too. So, there's my YouTube. Last year I found out that they kind of I can't upload and keep uploaded VODs, too many VODs, onto Twitch anymore. Whatever reason. So, my VODs, 1 week after I'd done just about, are added to my YouTube. Every single one that exists, almost every single one that's existed, aside from ones that I'm worried about copyright or their weird let's not do movie games policy. Either way. That year I also came up with another thing for my Halloween design. Also, you'll notice really quick before we get onto there, I'm using the Yoshi despite it being the old design, a new design, Frankenstein. That is because I had decided at that point to continue with whatever watermark I was using at the time when I was first doing the first episode. So 100 Classic Books will have the Yoshi on it. It was, once again, Halloween, as you could tell. So I decided to go into testing with science and play some Portal 1, played all the way through Portal 1, and you'll notice from my designs, when you enter a test chamber, it says the number, and then it says, hey, this is part of what's going to happen during this particular exercise. This particular test includes these elements. So, we have me having text for that first picture. We have my Steam Deck. We have a picture of I'm streaming this. We have a picture of let me check. Oh, right. We have a picture of me looking at a portal gun. We have a picture of keyboards and a mouse representing, and this is only occurring to me at this point, No, I'm not using keyboard and mouse. I'm using a controller. We have Peabody and Atlas, two of the characters from Portal 2. We have a little depiction of a little head crab. And the ones that are grayed out, like, and not on full display are the ones that, no, these don't exist in this particular test chamber. This isn't part of the test. And then I decided to make a little picture of cake at the very end, which may or may not have been a lie. I put a little bit of excess orange around my watermark to signify that you're looking through a portal at the watermark. Which also, one of the reasons why Portal was so... I should do this right away and maybe include it into Halloween too, was because I had just finished that desk job and I was looking forward to showing more of the series of Portal, because Aperture Desk Job is kind of, I don't know where it is in the timeline, but it definitely takes things more from Portal 2. Next up, we have the next Freddy Fish game, Freddy Fish and the Creature of Coral Cove. Now, this will probably be the last one that we show off. Now, back in the year of 1966, there was a movie called The Ghost and Mr. Chicken, which was a comedy with Don Knotts. You might know him from Andy Griffith. Well, what does he have to do? Well, first of all, yes, they were both comedy, horror, not as horror as an episode of a kid's, like a PBS show would get you. For both of these. But what do they have to do with the fish? I could have chosen any horror, spooky movie or anything. Well, in another movie with Don Knotts in it, he wishes to become a fish. So I combined The Incredible Mr. Limpet. The Ghost and Mr. Chicken. And Freddy Fish for this title card. And that's why Freddy Fish and Luther are looking like stunned like that, was because, well, there was another character in that the Ghost and Mr. Chicken picture, and I just kind of copied it. I mean, not copied, but just, okay, well, they look like that. Let's draw that. They look like that. Draw it like that. For Freddy Fish 5 and the Creature of Coral Cove. I think Mr. Limpet would have made an interesting cameo for that particular game, but let's go into a commercial break. All right. So yeah, I think they make an interesting cameo, especially because they have been in a cameo since this movie came out. These movies came out. at the very end of a certain musical number, about being under the sea, they were spotted on Little Mermaid. Ugh. Now notice how none of the other fish are wearing glasses or anything. That's just an indicator of, yes, they had seen Mr. Limpet, the movie, before. So that's where I got that idea. It has been about 2 hours, and now that my other self has a part-time, we call it after 2 hours on those days. So thank you everyone for watching. Have a great night. Stay safe, and I look forward to seeing you all on, it's not on the calendar yet, so on the about section calendar, on Monday. In the meantime, let's go ahead and find someone to raid off to. Alright, well, oh, yeah, okay, yeah. We'll see if we can, you know what, we have two. We should be able to raid off to, you know what, we have two. Let's go all the way. See if we can raid off to a larger streamer, because I usually have to go ahead and say, oh, well, if certain people aren't streaming at this current time, I can't raid off to them because I have the numbers that I do. But let's go ahead and try this. Okay, no, not that one yet. In that case, sorry about the skip frames. Twitch always causes a little bit of lag. There we go. So, in the way that my Oshi would say it, we're gonna raid off to Senna. We're gonna raid off to Senna. Please give love and support to Senna, and I'll see you all on Monday. Hold on, let me check on the schedule. Yeah, okay. I don't think we have anything planned, so I'll see you all then. Later.